Alright, and we are live. What's up, everybody? Yeah, I had some audio issues just before the stream, so let me know how everything looks and sounds. Alright, yeah, so tonight we're going to be painting up these... Ooh, it was over here. These Ork boys. I did a bit of a Zenithal Prime with some like sort of terracotta red over some and white ink over that. I just realized this is really obstructing your guys' view. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's good. Alright, so yeah, over this initial base coat, we're going to be doing a combination of speed paints, right? So we got a few shades of green here. I like to mix these up in different quantities, just get a bit of differentiation in the squad. Also, I didn't have quite enough Choppa boys, but one of my Choppa squads is lacking a knob, so I am painting up an extra knob in this little set. Now this guy's just a black region knob with a 3D printed head, just to give him some nautical freebooter flair. Ooh, people are here. Hey, face. I am here mentally, but can't hear because dagger heart. That is fine. I'm glad to have you in spirit. Let me know how the mixing sounds. I have completely reoriented my hobby space here just to actually give myself some wiggle room, and because I realized I kept smacking into the mic here, so hopefully that will no longer be an issue. It is a little bit further away from me now, so I did boost it a little bit. Hopefully it's not too loud. Actually, I boosted it quite a lot, but hey, alright. Audio expert face. So I think to start off with, we're gonna do I usually, my default is 1 part orc skin, 1 part absolution green, and then 2 parts camo cloak. I like the desaturate sort of green look that gives. I think I'm going to do a little bit more orc or camo cloak at the start, just to see what kind of look that gives. I've been going a little bit bright on some of my recent. Do you have an audio compressor? I have not put. I did on my old mic. I have basically no additional work done. I'm just using the Fifine mic out of the box, as it were. Why, is there an issue with the audio I need to take care of? Yeah. Also, before I start, I have been working on these guys. You can sort of see how bright that skin is there. He's not quite done yet, has quite a few highlights to go, but they're getting there. Ah, I see. Yeah, if you have any audio tips, I'm quite bad with AV stuff, so definitely let me know. Maybe I should add in some media. See. Oh, just... Let's see how that looks on. Ooh, let me actually put on camera. I was playing around with different angles. I feel like this one gives Jenny adjust the mic because my headset's clipping it. I almost only batch paint face. I don't know. I find I don't struggle with focus. Like my rule is you get the ball 90% of the way done on batch painting. and then you do the last few hours on each model for like the final highlights and the final bit details you want. Like just personally, right? Even then, if it's a squad like boys, I probably won't even do that. But yeah, almost everything I do is in bigger batches. I know some people don't like it, but I think just mentally it helps me to go through and be efficient rather than I don't like feeling like I spent all these hours just to do a singular guy when I need to paint, you know, hundreds of orc boys. But I think it's also just a horde army player in me that wants to have hundreds of orc boys on the field. Well, I don't think you batch paint all face. I've only ever seen you do single guys. No, it's quiet for you guys. Let me load it. Oh yeah, my Cadian box. Ooh. I mean, knowing you, you're not gonna batch paint those. You're gonna do each guardsman one at a time. Which I mean, you know, fair is fair, but if that's how you want to do it. Have you ever given batch painting a try? Well, I guess either way, you're going to be waiting a bit on those proxied heads, so you're probably not going to be paying your cadence for a while. If I understood you on stream 2 days ago correctly. I did when I first started? Ah, I see. What, you just didn't work out for you? I know a lot of people end up having an issue where they lose interest partway through a squad when they batch paint, because all the steps take so much longer. I see, yeah. Well, that's totally fair. I think it's like on a per-person basis. But to me, just the extra productivity at the very end, right? I guess you could say it's like all a dopamine thing, right? The way my brain feels when I paint 10 guys and have like a cohesive squad I can field in my next game is so much more than if I have one guy, but if I want to play it, I have to paint 5 more, if that makes sense, right? I don't get that much of a rush or enjoyment from that experience, right? But that's also because playing the game is a thing for me. Usually after I paint some guys, I want to bring them to my next game, right? I'm actually going to go super desaturated for this next orc. Hey, this guy here, he could go for some washed out skin. Those were the very first streams that I watched you for, where you're possessed. Also, I feel like my camera's like stuttery, right? Like when I do these big movements, my phone camera really doesn't like it. Yeah, that's weird. Also, since you were playing Orks recently, one tip I could give you is a little bit of red that goes a long way with Orc flesh. You really want to add some warmness to the green. So you could do sort of I'm doing an undercoat with like a sort of terracotta color. However, you could also do like a red wash, like I know Vallejo used to do a line of them. Like you do like a red ink and then you like a vibrant red wash looks so good on orc skin. It's probably how I'm gonna paint up my next Orks army after I sell off this one. I assume. Assume I'm gonna start another Orks army for Armageddon. That's one of the issues when you speed paint. I'm starting to see some of the gaps from where I glued this guy, maybe not so good. It all just goes in those recesses. Shows all of past me's mistakes. Yeah, I mean, of course that works. I quite like the Scania Orks. I just think a little bit of red, in the recesses, I think really just does it for me. It gives that little bit of variation, especially on either faces or like character minis. It gives a little bit more contrast. And obviously, it's more obvious on a naked orc like this, or as close to naked as GW will give us. I don't want to get into another orc belts debate, like on Tuesday. I see. These are the kind of crappy speed paints. These are the first gen ones that allegedly had a lot of issues. I like them. I bought like a big set on. I actually bought them on clearance when the new speed paints were coming out. Famously, these guys had a lot of problems with like reactivation. So Army Painter made like a new formulation, but I think they work fine and they were kind of cheap. I never had a reason to use them back in the day, but I've started using them a lot more on various schemes. Even on my Orks, I initially just did green and washed it with sort of red wash, but I feel like this also gives a pretty good look. Belt squigs. Maybe that's how the Orks do it. Yeah, with each orc, I just sort of add more speed paint and different mixes just to give a little bit of a unique coloration to each orc. They're their own special little shade of green. I'm not really worried about any spillover since this is the only speed paint I'll using. Everything else can be blocked out or blocked out rather. Paints. Actually, I need to experiment with some speed paint through the airbrush because I want to try speed painting the skin of my Gorgon, but such a big model that I feel like there'd be so much waste doing it through a brush. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with this Orks helmet. I assume that's skin poking through there, not just like leather. $40K or fantasy orcs, as in which I prefer, which I'm working on. The Gorgon that I'm gonna be speed painting through an airbrush is a Beastman model for fantasy. If it's just which one I prefer, I probably prefer 40K orcs. I think they're both cool. I think my main issue with 40K orcs is that in recent years, and I think in recent, this is kind of a community issue, right? They've gone very memed to the point of, I think, losing a little bit of what I like about orcs. So in that way, I think fantasy orcs are cool. They also have the benefit of having goblins as like a proper sub-faction. I think 40K orcs, I just like the ramshackle thing. I would probably say. Yeah, what should you prefer? Yeah, I prefer 40K orcs pretty solidly. I think fantasy orcs have a lot of upsides. I tend to think they're characterized better in the books. Because one of the parts I actually kind of liked about the End Times was how they set up Ghazghkull, less how they realized that storyline. I just think the Orks tech is cool. Or not Ghazghkull, Grimgore, my bad. Anyway, it's in character based. Of the Orks, yeah. The fact that we have no other war bosses is strange. It's. Oh, I guess we have the new speed guy. But, it's a little funky. Let me get a sip of my girly pink drink. I think they've taken Gaz a little too far too early. In my opinion. Which I know, it's when you do working with like plastic balls, it's hard to do like a progression of a character. But I feel like GW just don't set stuff up well. Like with any of their lines anymore. Like they're not trying to tell a story as much as they are. It's really obviously just trying to sell you character models. That's all the lore exists for now. And I was actually thinking about this morning. Of what, like, if I was in charge of GW, is Grotznik technically a war boss? So I would say just from the fantasy standpoint, he could be. Like, but I you know, a big part of 40k orcs or fantasy orcs is that goblins are not really like their own thing, right? They're subservient to the orcs. I'd say probably no, just like on technicality. Wait, sorry, no, Grotznik. Yeah, the Mad Doc, right? I'm being dumb. Yeah, you know, right? You're talking about Mad Doc. I think you could have different kinds. Like, you know, a weird boy also could command boys. I don't think he's necessarily a boss though. And then we also have like pain bosses. Yeah, I'm being stupid. My bad. Yeah, Grotznik is that's an interesting one. I mean, we have pain bosses, right? That's like a thing now. But Grotznik was before that. I'd assume, yeah, he counts as it. He also does have a new mini, if I remember correctly, right? Just the old Finecast one. Yeah, anyway, I was literally thinking this morning of if I was in charge of GW, what would I do to like bring 40k back? And people are talking about like a second Imperial Civil War with like Gilliman. I wouldn't want that as much as I would want. Honestly, I think it would be really cool to like establish going back to the sort of fractalized Imperium and then saying, you know, Gilliman is his own sphere of power. I think they ruined it by having him boss around the Mars and the High Lords of Terra Sodilra. Like, I think you really need to bring the High Lords back as their own sphere of Imperial authority divorced from Gilliman. I think the Imperial writing really is suffering right now. Well, by right now, I mean for the past, like, 7 years. I was researching, and technically any orc can be a war boss as long as they're the biggest and the boys follow them. Yeah, I think we get to, like... Oh no, it feels like we get, like, the technicalities and pedantry there. With orcs, I would say a war boss is, like, the fighter archetype, right? I would... Because it's weird, because we had, like, different kinds of, like, sub-commanders and knobs. We probably need back, like, a lieutenant equivalent for boys, or for orcs. But I would probably... It's weird to classify a pain boy or classify a weird boy as a type of war. Right? I get they could they could technically be a boss. They could technically go to war, but I feel like that's a different thing. So, my most extreme thing, right, is, you can have Gilman being this like great character that really unifies the Imperium, and what I would want is for it to come out with maybe 11th or 12th edition. How good of a job, like, maybe Gilliman did this like great conquest. Maybe he like actually goes off and does this great thing, and then maybe I was thinking maybe he makes a permanent alliance with the Yanari, right? But then maybe from the High Lord's perspective, that's seen as maybe a step too far. Yeah, I don't like the Imperial Nihilists. I don't think that, like, it's not an even split, right? It's like a shattering, right? It shouldn't just be two halves. But I was thinking of Gilliman, right? Like, Gilliman goes on these great victories, but he goes a step too far. He's like Caesar returning to Rome, and when he goes back to Terra, I think the High Lord should maybe have a have a bit of a scheme to kill him. I think Gilliman could end up being a really cool character if he ends up dying, and maybe the Yanari steal his soul and like bring him back as like some sort of weird wraith construct. That was my like 3000 IQ plan to fix 40k story, but I don't think they'll go with that. I think it's a hard sell to GW. Indominus Crusade is Great Crusade 2.0. It feels a little bit like that. And it's weird, because the whole draw of 40k is how compartmentalized the wars are. That you can have this little war that doesn't really mean much in the grand scheme, but it's still huge. And I think they've been doing a bad job of showing how big the Indominus War really should be, and how that would work out. Because if you look at, like, our previous example for something like that was Lord Solar Macarius' wars, right? Because he basically came into Imperium that was in the midst of civil war, and he had this really cool arc where he went around sort of from Sol outward and got everyone back in line and was this great charismatic, like Alexander the Great type leader, which I think was really cool. And I think it was handled with a little bit more tact and a little bit more, I would say, like that sort of pseudo-historical realism that old 40k lore used to have. I feel like Bobby G's conquests are very like, oh, he's the coolest. He just goes somewhere and does cool stuff. And he doesn't really have to deal with Civil War strife because he's just great. Which, I get he's a Primarch, right? I get people are going to look up to him, but it feels like they don't do a good job of outlining his struggles on a... Well, I guess they have some in the books, but like at least on like a galactic conquest level, I feel like the writing really hasn't been there recently. That's at least my weird take. We say shift indefinitely, like as in GW is going to do something weird. Like I feel like it's already shifted indefinitely. Like it's just personally like a sort of a weird personal thing, but I play like quite a few 40k RPGs, and I know a lot of people who like will specifically like pre and post Rising Storm or Gathering Storm, the end of 7th edition. Like people specifically don't play in the current 40k timeline because it has, I think, overall poorer resources in terms of like RPG play. So I feel like it's already been a split in terms of like, it's basically a different period of history now that we're seeing. It's divorced from old 40k. I kind of disagree with you that major conflicts that should shake the Imperium, because I think the whole point of the Imperium is that it's super disjointed. I think the issue is that they made the Imperium now one ubiquitous entity, and somehow it's somehow managed to retain the ability to stop conflicts from spreading. right? This is gonna be like a history nerd thing, but that's sort of one of the big things you saw in the Roman history, where when they went from big armies to small armies, they actually got really good, right? Going from big armies like staying armies to that medieval system. Late Roman history was basically pseudo medieval Europe, where you just had castles everywhere. That made it really easy to contain invasions to like smaller theaters, which is kind of what the Imperium has. But now they're raising these big staying armies, but they're still treating it like it's like little castle fortresses. Like I just think it's kind of sloppy, to be honest. We're watching. Okay. Hello, Faces family. I have a notorious potty mouth. I will try to be a good boy for Easter. Oh, Mrs. Face says hi. I'm sure it's it's really captivating watching me paint off screen while rambling incoherently about about a made up setting. Let me. I could definitely optimize my set a little bit more. I'm thinking of maybe over the weekend I'll get like some metal plates and build some sort of rig to keep my phone on. Overall, it's a lot better. My chair's a bit creaky, so I won't put too much weight on it like I am now, and have that show up on mic. Alright, there we go. Oh wow, it's half an hour. I still haven't done my base coats yet. Okay, we need to speed up a little bit. Lock in, guys. Even though it's not our own conflict, even though it's our own conflict, and something as crucial as what we're working on, GW would say it's... Yeah. I mean, I just don't think... Again, I don't think GW is worried about telling, like, or, like, seeing a really cool setting as much as they are trying to seed really cool characters. I think they're trying to build up these cool characters because honestly these centerpiece models sell. I think that's because they're good models, not necessarily because people love the story of these characters. I think GW is sort of prioritizing the wrong thing with their current business strategies. But that's just mine. Like, I think... I don't know. I don't know, it's complicated. I definitely think the setting has, like, basically split off from the original timeline. I would be interested to see if we get maybe, like, a more direct, like, retro Warhammer. Not, like, currently, but I could definitely see in, like, 10 years, if they continue to, like, every edition push the setting forward, if they come back with like Warhammer 40,000 the old world, something crazy. But anyway, I don't fully agree with there as a whole, but I'm thankful they can keep things open enough for the community to do whatever they want. Yeah, I'd say it's like less open now. Like they definitely are more open than other companies, but it's like they have to be, right? Like, Wizards of the Coast can't afford not to be open with D&D, right? Everyone's always going to do what they want with that specific IP. Also, I popped off his base. I need to remember, I can't glue things on camera, because my glue is sponsored by a local company. I don't want to dox my exact location quite. But yeah, yeah. 40 kilos. Anyway, what are you guys doing for Easter? I had a late meeting today, so I missed church. Yeah, let me glue this off screen. Come on. That worked. Not quite. Wow. Alright. I'm bringing a knife. Let's hope I don't hurt myself. Wow, this does not want to open, huh? Alright. This is cool. On chat. We're doing an anniversary party for my girl. Oh, do you play in Church's band? That's why I took that. Second part of being. I'm gonna be curious how it's with this voice kit. Now that we're getting different ones. It would be really weird to discontinue it, but I don't see what else they're going to do. Unless... Unless they keep both? Yeah, because the issue is the new boys are gonna be Choppa, Slugga, and Chopper. Sorry, Choppa, Slugga, and Shuda. Which, weird, but okay. And then these are, you know, only the classic option. That's gonna be a weird one. 15 years. real commitment. I don't think I've been doing anything for 15. You got my time. Yeah. Have a good night, man. Anyone still here? I think I actually might go for a little bit longer than usual. I know I've been doing fairly short streams in the past, but I don't know. I have a good amount of energy. I have a whole lot of black coffee over here. So we will see what happens. Most importantly, pay off tomorrow. Let's say day off, but I just have flexible work at the moment, so I just always make sure to get ahead on the rest of the days. Make sure no one needs me. Get to have some quiet Friday. No classes. Just realized how ugly this arm looks that I tried the green stuff on, so it has all these little danglies on it. Oh, there's a whole thing on his arm. That's... Well, we just take a knife to this. Already prime miniature, but like, I cannot stand that. So, this guy's a bit of a Frankenstein model, because he has a boy arm, torso, legs. I put a freebooter's like knob on him. I put a not blaster. What's the a slugger from a knob? So it's like weird and oversized. I didn't even check that. Still had the connection point to the screw on there. My challenge to myself here is going to be get everyone's skin done in the first hour of the stream. Might be pretty easy, but let's hope I don't get sidetracked. I've been experimenting with putting out shorts at different times. I tried putting out one late at night, Did not work. Honestly, I think it was a pretty sick unit with a, I guess, like a fitting song. I know sometimes people don't like the horn and stuff. Some of the harder music. I feel like generally, I feel like the reason my orcs tend to do well is because I usually do more classic rock or classic metal with them. I feel like that's just better for feel. I bet I can actually get more viewership by doing like the classic, or not the classic, but I guess like the most popular short form music. I think when you try and add song, YouTube will recommend you a bunch of what's popular, but none of them ever sound good to me. Just pick something from Spotify. Speaking of music, I hope I don't get any copyright issues this playlist. Alright, let's go with Shade Darker for this guy. This final chap. I'll get the keyboard out, and there's a little bit of stream admin I need to do. This guy's also a weird Frankenstein monster with an oversized arm. Think about painting speed paints on cameras. YouTube, not even YouTube, but just my phone hates the glare. All right. We finished our skin tones. Was that like 12 minutes early? So I take a quick sec. I can't spell. Oh, let's do a sick gradient, guys. Wait. What are we thinking? Let's do like a... Ooh, okay. Graphic design. Yeah. Sure, this is exactly what everyone joined the stream for. How do I make it? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alright. Gotcha. We're advancing. We have the technology. Alright. Let's give a quick rundown of Orks suits. Also, let me... With more people in chat, probably ask what color we should do next, but since we don't, I'm gonna do my least favorite color. I actually kind of hate this paint, but it's a nice shade. So we're gonna do deep blue from Army Paint. Apparently, a lot of these Army Paint paints have gotten new formulations that made them better. At least this one is like a weird gel medium that is liable to build up texture if you don't. This guy came undone. That's sad. I do really like the new step I went for. All these boom arms are a lot more. I think you get some soup. Get accelerated. Sure. All right. spill. Stream brought to you by Poppy. Alright. This fella looks mostly though. Let's go to blue. Still playing Can't Hear? Yeah, I know a lot of people don't like them. They have like weird herbal flavors, and then instead of citric acid, they use like apple cider vinegar. I like them. I can't really drink soda anymore. Well, this is not from like a health standpoint. I can. It's syrupy and weird. To the point where I almost prefer diet at the point. But I feel like those like low sugar things are quite good as of late. Not really realizing of his holes in his shirt, you can see some skin poking through. I never got it. So, but damn, Gino's like a big bag of Fall Guy, huh? Just realized, I feel like he's always on that Elder Scrolls girl. I respect it. Let me not. Let me get some green in there. I'm alone. I'm messing things up. Yeah, another issue with these new boys is they have very it's called them iconic poses that are quite easy to see when you put them next to each other. I can only imagine you only had these guys, what your army would look like. A bunch of green cloaks together. Yeah, he has the same issues. Oh, how I didn't realize that, because same guy. Sometimes not so. Okay. Like specifically on stream, I somehow always end up getting my hands dirty. Dirty. In stock. Hope the kid's no longer watching. Anyway, I always get my hands dirty. I look like some not very smart person. I'll just do stripes and. I do like that they give you some modeled patterns. I have that, but it'd be nice if this like goth stripes. It's modeled into some of the new options for the orcs. The green guys. Alright, we are done with our first hour. Let's try and get blues and reds for now. So yeah, my phone's really skipping around. So dirty. I'm glad no Gino's still here. Pumping up my watch time. I feel like last stream there were quite a few people coming in. Get some diminishing returns on that front. Sure. More new curious people come around. Average view duration of 30 minutes. Thanks, Gino. Really appreciate it. Oh. On there, huh? Oh, on there pretty good, but somehow he wasn't sticking. I think I did a better job gluing that guy. In a few more minutes. The others and somewhat more agreeable next time we see it. I do hate how stacked these reach knobs are, especially because I have so many of them. Probably at least 10 in my army. They stand out in terms of samey they look. I guess on the upside, they are at least somewhat easy to see from a distance on table. You know which guys you charge. Uh, one last bit of thanks to the sponsor of the stream, Poppy. Is my music really that loud? Oh, I missed because I was walking. Let me see. I also wasn't talking. Is it better now, or maybe the stream just loud? You know what, I'll lower it just for you, Warden. It's way better. I was not saying a thing. Unless you were in the stream earlier, I just didn't realize. Walking to the GW store. Nice. Very nice. Was this was today your big Tyranid purchases that you were planning? Okay. Yeah, is that was you, right? I think $300 you were planning to spend on mids. Yeah, that was yesterday. We spent 500 on the Gauss Blaster. Wow, that's an expensive pot of paint. No, yeah, but seriously, what did you get? She wanted the green today, so... Oh, understood. Ah, okay. Gauss Blaster green, that's a contrast, or is that technical? That's like the fluorescent, right? The fluorescent green one? Sort of a yellow green, if I recall correctly. I actually don't even know the GW range that well myself. I have a couple GW paints, but like, it's a layer. What mods would you need the Gauss Blaster green? Because I know she does just see what color this is. Oh, that's a nice, it's like a minty shade. Oh, that's like a nice color. Whoa. I like that. That's like great for patina or something. Oh, do you guys have so you guys did Chaos? I know you guys have your pink Sigmarines, right? You guys have obviously your Nids, and then you've got Space Wolves. I don't know you guys did. What's the Demon Prince for? Is that Chaos Space Marines, or is that specific? Oh wait, no, World Eaters, right? Yeah. Sorry, I think I'm getting people's armies mixed up. I think you're talking about maybe starting, maybe she was starting World Eaters, something along those lines. That may be it. Sorry, I don't quite recall. But that is a interesting shade for Demon Prince. You DM'd me yesterday's haul? Oh yeah, just now. Okay, cool. Yo, okay. Do you think you're gonna build Tyrannifex or Pervigon? I think those are the right name. Honestly, people were shit talking this into the Salt Brood. I think it might just because I like Hive Guard, but I thought it was a great box. Personally, Mudtruck's is sick. Yeah, the World Eaters one. Is that 10 Jackals or 20? Oh, it's 10 plus a Massive Execution. That's it. Yeah, pretty nice. You guys got some cards. You guys got... I think there's a couple of coins are free. Looking good, Warden. Tyrannifex. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm like actually a buffoon here. I didn't paint this guy's hand. I mean, yeah, that's fair. How do you like Hive Guard? Or Hive Guard or Hive Tyrant? No, what's the other one? It's like a multi-build. There's the range guys and the melee guys. You know which ones you're gonna build? Tyrant Guard, that's it. Which one do you think you're going for? You know, the old lore for those guys was they were made from like the biomass of Astartes. That's why they have like fused rib cages, similar to how an Astartes would look. Blow their skin right. I'm looking at the data sheet. Oh god, thank you. I remember the Hive Guard were really, really good in 9th. They had a lot of indirect fire. But that's also because the Tyranids got that busted codex in 9th. But either way, I don't think you go wrong, really. They're both cool looking. I feel like if I built them, I'd do like an illegal loadout, because I like the big shoulder pads of the extra armor. I also like the guns. I kind of really like the way shooting Nids look. I know that's a somewhat unpopular opinion. I probably do big armor and guns, even though that technically isn't a Val loadout. I just think that would probably look the... Obviously, that's just me. I got some blue all over his bicep. And the power, yeah, that is a good choice. Actually, my Demon Prince is just behind me. I've had them for years, and I have like big expectations of how I want to paint them. I've never sat down and actually painted them. There's like some faction stuff I always want to figure out. I wanted to maybe tie in the paint scheme to which of my CSM characters ascends. I just never got the chance to play in the Crusade that I really liked and wanted to, you know, or... Yeah, I know. I have two. I have one with wings, one with power pack. And I convert them up, or I converted both of them quite a bit. A lot of green stuff work. Actually, one of them still needs some tentacles and stuff. But... that was in the running. In my initial schedule, I was supposed to work on those, I think, June, July? Somewhere around there. You might. I have a lot of stuff to paint, honestly. I'll tell you how long it's been. 3 years. I've had one of the Demon Princes mostly assembled. He's missing a leg and he's missing some extra green stuff, tentacles, but besides that, he's mostly been assembled for about 3 years. The other one I converted, it's probably been, what, like 7 months now? Probably more like 9 now that I do a double check. Hold on. We're getting Demon Princess out. Okay. We have Demon Prince 1. He's currently missing his leg. I want to have him staying up on like a cool scenic, like basically a big like marble column, and then having more of these tentacles sort of wrapping around there, and a few more tentacles just sort of dragging out on the base. You can see he's like, I have this weird skull piece that I have looking like it's kind of split open. He has like this is one of the horns from the sort of Nurgle looking head in the CSM kit, and this tongue from that same head, all sort of just gluing stuff together, and a few like barnacle and weird growths on him. And then I've got this guy who has a cool green stuff cloak. Just gave him the claws. And he has a... Yes, yeah. Yeah, the attachment points are super bizarre, especially just the way it connects to the back. I could definitely see you having to build some sort of support because there's like that space, right? There's that space like in the middle there between the wings. That's yeah. Thanks. I actually messed up here, which is a really bad spot to get clump in. But besides, I like it. I really like the face. This is the sort of Slanesh head, and then the lot of trimming and like re-gluing. And I gave him sort of like a weird fleshy like growth, and then put a flat piece of clear plastic there to be like a sort of like mirror, like a mirror's growing out of his head. Yeah, I'm really excited to paint these guys. I just never got around to it because a big thing of Demon Princes is usually for Crusade rules, you can actually have a character ascend to a Demon. It's always been a thing. And I've always wanted to... Yeah. Heads are a good way to show off what mark they are if you want to switch around marks. But I also just like having fixed loadouts for some guys, especially for non-vehicles. Obviously for weapon options, it's less so, but I think like green stuff, I like my guy having a consistent character throughout and like throughout auditions and throughout versions of the game. But that's obviously my. But yeah, magnetizing is definitely a good way to make it so you don't actually have to have two demon princes, like I currently do. And neither one. Back to the Orks. We're mostly off the blue here. Oh yeah. I kind of hate the fact that Patrol locks you into certain options. Oh, also, yeah, it's a world leaders. But still, I mean, I don't know how much into the lore she is. But, like, if she doesn't care too much about, I just say give her a Slanesh head option on the corn model. Like it could work. If she does end up having a taste for a little later on, I'm sure there's a lot of ways. Yeah, no, it's bizarre. I think Spearhead doesn't do it, which is weird. It's weird that Comp Patrol. It's not even just weird. It's like downright bizarre. Like, I feel like new players are gonna want to experiment with their models. I feel like that's part of the fun of having a plastic kit versus like a resin 3D print. It's the fact that you get all these bits and it's really easy to customize because it's all in the box. Yeah, no, I definitely get wanting it to be legal, but for Comp Patrol specifically, yeah, it's a little weird. I mean, like, a Demon Prince is a Demon Prince. If it's in a World Eater's army, no one's going to expect it has the rules of a Slanesh Demon Prince, but, you know, that's its own can of worms. I mean, hell, you can do something like what Face does with his, Putrid Maw, which is his, like, corn slash Nurgle sort of army, where they're a mix of the two, right? Maybe these guys are Cornate, but they have some Slanesh influence. Yeah, so it didn't used to be. It used to just be like... Actually, Comp Patrol used to just be the name they had for 500-point games. Now they're making it, or they made it its own game mode. But in order to play it, you need to have very specific models, and there's no like list building. Not only do you have like the specific Combat Troll, you need to have certain options, which is even more bizarre. Yeah, I mean, I think that's like a good starting point. It's to say, hey, this World Eaters are cool. I like them, but Slanesh is also interesting. I like the look of the Slanesh head. How could I feasibly, if even if I'm not gonna like learn all the lore, maybe learn just enough to see maybe how do dark packs work? Can a Slanesh Demon Prince maybe also be infused with the power of Khorne simultaneously? Even though basically with the Chaos Gods, there's like opposing gods. Slanesh and Khorne hate each other, but maybe you had this champion of Slanesh who, over time, as maybe instead of growing more in tune with their sort of more perfect, more I guess like idealized Nashianism, maybe they grew a bit more bloodthirsty. Maybe Khorne and maybe this like Khorne warband adopted Slanesh, and maybe Khorne sort of reveres the fact, right? He loves the fact that he was able to turn one of Slanesh's champions against her, right? Those obviously these are all just ideas, but there's a lot of fun stuff you can do with your own guys. I think that's one of the cool parts about 40k. It's homebrewing up creative justifications for why your guys might look or play the way they do. Let's do one of these like areas also. That idea alone just made homebrew not so weird to me now. Thank you. And this whole time, you were thinking we're weirdos over here, making up stories for our unique little dudes. Also, were you being serious? What was it? Yeah, it was Tuesday. I remember I brought up High Fleet Hydra, and you were joking. I assume joking about repainting your Leviathan guy. Which I mean, absolutely not joking. I mean, Hydra's a 6 scheme, but I feel like your Leviathan guys look great. Yeah, I have a test model for Hydra. I'm not gonna bother looking through my camera roll out, but when I first did my Tyranids, I did 3 or 4, yeah, 4 I think. Other schemes. I ended up going Gorgon, which is sort of like a desaturated green with colored kite. Oh, what, you just thought it was like a unique... I have lost sleep over this oversight. What do you think Hydra was? Do you think it was just like specifically for a certain unit? It was like a guy? There's a funny story with Hydra. Where previously, if you look, all of the Tyranids are one flesh color and one chitin color. But there was like a new painter who had never painted Tyranids before, and they were just going over. I see. And they were just sort of going over potential, like, basically all the painters in the office had to paint up a new Tyranid Hive. The brainstorm, they needed some extra ones to put in the book. And everyone else, or he was the first guy that painted that sort of like bony, sort of like ribcage area and like those sort of like joint colors differently, right? If you look, Hydra has blue for the ribcage and like more armored areas, black for the actual hard chitin, then their fleshy areas are purple. I think he was the first guy to, at least in official capacity. Which is just a neat little detail about Tyranid painting history. One of the reasons I ended up not doing Hydra was because I knew I was gonna probably sell off the army. And I knew I wanted to be like a speed paint. Yeah, fair. Yeah, the black armor really sells it. I really first out when I did my test high fleet, I really like these saturated chitin colors. Like contrast with like bright underbelly. The opposite doesn't work as well for Tyranids. Like I don't like Leviathan. I probably like Leviathan more if the colors are in. I don't know why. If you're gonna have one muted, one saturated color, for Tyranids it needs to be chitin is like black or gray. Then you have the skin be the pop of color. Yeah, for my Tyranids I did like a sort of dark blue with like a brown orange skin. I didn't really like the look, so I just did. Tyranids are cool though. Maybe we'll get around to doing another Tyranids army. But that'll be pretty far down the line, if anything. And hey, Gino is around to say, I might do a modified with purple highlight instead of blue. Purple highlights on what? The maybe on the carapace? Yeah, because either way, yeah, feel free to modify as they're your guys. And Gino isn't here to say that these guys look like Transformer. He's busy playing Morrowind. Modified Hydra color scheme. Yeah, I get that. I see. Okay, interesting. Yeah, definitely. I'm curious to see how that ends up looking. Although I assume I'll either see that on your streams or, if all else fails, I hope you'll post the Faceplants Discord. I just realized I've not been doing a good job of painting on the camera. Yeah, I get that. Have you figured out a overall scheme for World Eaters, or are you just doing the standard corn, red, and brass? Ooh, Swarmlord and Iron. I'm gonna stream regularly tomorrow. What time do you usually stream? I'll probably be at D&D or church, depending on what day it is, but I will probably script through a VOD if I can't make it. Ren Brass, nice. Classic. The background music I currently have on is giving Crazy Frog. Yeah, half beat off. $11:30 a.m. and 8:30 p.m. for a few hours. So 2 streams a day? I'll be able to catch 11:30 because I have off tomorrow. Damn, you're really hustling. I see. Okay, yeah, because you usually just do your one long stream. Also, man, your growth is crazy. I'm pretty sure you've been doing warmer stuff like for at least like half the time I've been doing it, and I feel like you've done a huge amount of subs. Yeah, congrats again on 100. You are popping off, my friend. Nice. Yeah, I was planning to do the same thing. Patreon at 100. Yeah, overall, I don't really want to be doing stream stuff. I have video ideas, but grad school has been kind of kicking my ass. Because that's the whole point. It was to do like proper, like video essay style stuff. I've gotten decent traction. A couple years ago, I had a channel doing that, and then I stopped, and I didn't really want to go back to it. It wasn't even gaming related. Other stuff, so I figured I'd get a fresh start, but I feel like I haven't put out like one good video yet. Okay, I have some scripts written up. I'll probably work on some stuff into the summer. These streams are just like a secondary thing, both for me. Honestly, I would like to do some more structured content. Lichter. Your videos are really well formatted. I mean, the 3 I've done so far are just me sort of talking off the cuff. I want to do some more like heavily edited stuff. I have some scripts in the pipeline. Thank you. Yeah, the very first video that kind of popped off, and the remaining have been of middling performance. The hobby logs are mostly there for me, if I'm being honest. Even like in my regular like proceedings, doing the hobby logs makes me like catalog my models and like remind myself what I'm doing. The point where if I ever forget, like like when did I paint this guy? I always have a reference. So that's mostly why those are there. If people watch them, then it's almost secondary. I did have a very controversial lore video, but I don't think I'm gonna put that out soon. I don't want to do hyper controversial stuff because I feel like that can DM you progress on this. Go ahead, I will. Alright, while I wait for that, let me continue on. I'm gonna do some rhythm. This is weird. This is weird. I still haven't done anything about it, Warden. Hey, there we go. Ah, that's smart. Hold on. So is that wire just there to hold the magnets, or does that thread into the wings themselves? No, because if it goes to the wings themselves, how do you do a power pack? Oh yeah, you're good. No need to apologize. I just have the Discord pulled up, so. In case you were also typing here, I wanted to show you. Oh, okay. Ah. Oh. That's really smart, actually. Yeah, okay. Understood. I was looking at all wrong, so it was hooked into the torso. That is kind of ingenious. Say so myself. I plastic glue the magnets on the inside. Oh, mess up. Smart. Do you plastic glue on magnets? I only ever do those, or you do plastic glue for plastic to plastic connections, but I guess you just apply a little bit extra, get the plastic milk sticks on there, right? I put extra to make. Yep. Interesting. Also, this is completely off topic, but I was just thinking. When I was driving home today, I went to go visit somebody, and they live in a really sketchy town. Very notably bad place. And I used to drive by there a lot. I never had anything too bad happen to me. But, there was a car following like close behind me. And sort of like honking and like... It was weird. He was like tailgating me and then like beeping on a stick too long at, like a stop sign or something. I was like crossing onto a densely populated street, right? But, I just like didn't know what the guy's problem was, and well, I let him, or it's a notably bad area, right? So I let the guy pass. He goes around, or and whatever. He's like in a shiesty, like I can't see his face, whatever. He goes around. He starts. When I go a block down, I see he pull into a gas station, and he comes out behind me again. Like he was like waiting at the like exit ramp at the gas station, comes out behind me again, and keeps on following me. And I end up just I knew the police station wasn't too far from there, so I just go a few blocks down. I pull into the into the parking lot of the police station. At this point, I knew where I was going, and I knew that I was heading out of town. Right? I had a weird talk with some of the officers who were wondering why I was just idling in their parking lot, but eventually he pulled away. But just like a crazy experience. I mean, I've heard a lot of wild shit, but it was a pretty nerve-wracking couple blocks as the guy just is now following me for some apparent reason. Anyway, yeah, that was a complete apropos of nothing story. I was just sort of decompressing, coming back from work, and just now hit me. Little cops being bored. Yeah, I'm in. Again, yeah. We're almost at 2 hour mark. I wanted to be done with blue and red by then. Still got quite a bit of. I'll try. I'm not able to siphon Gino's power tonight. Whatever will I do? I mean, I've done sponging before. I mean, I just quite like the way this looks for my orcs. I feel like you probably couldn't get quite the same look sponge. Either way, we're not doing too bad time. I also airbrushed the on the. I feel like that, if anything, saves more time than sponging. I'm not even really looking to experiment or anything with these guys. I kind of just want to match the scheme I started a few years ago and get this last batch of orcs painted. Head brushing is fancy. I really like the way. So this is like a terracotta red base coat with white ink, and I love the way white ink looks over, like airbrushed onto a mall. You can't really get the same look with the sponge, or at least not with it. Yeah, because the ink is like less full bodied. It really tints it nicely. Yeah. I airbrushed all these guys at one time. Gave a nice solid base coat. For my green skin. So now the question is, do I go in and black out the metallics with black and brown, or do I just go straight on top of white with metallic and just hope the wash gives me some good detail? Because usually I would do the former, but I think that's kind of too high effort for this project. I'm just trying to take it easy and paint some guy, paint some black. Do you ghetto Agrax? I will do my ghetto Agrax. My ghetto Agrax was non-negotiable. My ghetto Agrax was always going to be... was always going to work its way onto my orc scheme, and you can't stop me. The greenskins yearn for the fake homebrew washes. I may have watered down this a bit too much. I think it's given all it can give. You have to do a second coat once it's a little bit, so I just got this side. Ooh. I won't even a level 4. Come on. Look at this quantity. This is value. Don't worry about the fact that it's all splitting. That's why you have the vortex mixer. Here's my dirt. This is ages old paint water. This was the first paint water. I've never used a GW wash in my life. Yeah, it's even like sediment or pigment, just dirt. It's just loose dirt floating down there from the dirty creek I got from. I'm not saying it'll change your life. I'm just saying it's what I use it for my works. That's all. I'm not trying to change anybody's life here. I'm just trying to get the green guys going. I made this nice painting space for myself. For whatever reason, muscle memory just drags me back to that corner of my desk. I mean, you say that, it does have a little bit of a weird glossiness to it. But once you... Yeah, it doesn't show up too great on camera. Like, once you wash it down, or once you varnish it at the very end, it yeah, Deathcopters are almost done. Just like a couple more layers of highlights. So probably just maybe 2 more hours each, and then we'll have Deathcopters. Not even 2 more hours. No, I still have let's do an hour and a half each. Oh, actually, it doesn't even matter. Got a bit of red on there. Oh. Whenever I feel like I start painting scratches. Is it like an ongoing paint job, or do you like go back to projects? Because I'm one of those guys, like, once I do that final layer of varnish, I never go back to my molds. Like, they are done. I don't touch them up, I don't do anything. Even if I notice like imperfections, I just leave them. If I notice an imperfection after varnish, I'd melt. That's funny. I'm pretty sure Gino's still watching, like in the background while playing Elder Scrolls. Unless there's just rando in here, but no, I think Jojo's been here since the beginning in spirit. Sorry if you're not Gino, other viewer. I didn't mean to call you a rando. Nice. Unless he fell asleep playing Daggerfall, that's a possibility, I guess. I'm surprised you're within walking distance of a Warhammer store. Yeah, homie fell asleep. Yeah, bro, look how big the open world is. Meanwhile, you take a step out, you immediately... It's like the ambient hits. Just zoned right the hell out. Surprised you're in the walking distance of a Warhammer store, I feel. Ooh, wow. Yeah, close. Like, I mean, reasonably, right? Good bit of exercise. I'm in, like, a pretty well-populated area. I have to take, like, multiple trains or, like, drive an hour to get the one. Do you have any, like, LGSs you go to, or play at the Warhammer store or anything, or do you just play within your household? Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not a big Warhammer store guy, mainly just because I like having a community of guys that I can, you know, chat to, bother with all my questions. There's also, I assume you know this, but at least a lot of LGS will give you an additional 15% discount on top of, or that GW will never give. Also tends to be a little bit more economic over time to buy from non-GW stores. Obviously, GW have its sales staff and the free many of them. We've reached 2 hours in the stream, and I've somehow lost the ability to speak. I'm a local shop guy, and I just like... Yeah, fair enough. Not that I've gotten every nid they offer. I see. For whatever reason, Amazon used to have like more than 50% off on certain things. Specifically, combat patrols. I remember seeing them for going for about like $100. Well, this was back when the comic was also cheaper. I feel like that's one of the big price increase that like really hit me. Because I got them to start collecting, which were, you know, about $85, but more like 70 if you buy from them. I'll still buy paint and other things. This is gonna come. Still, yeah. I mean, see if you, because at least my local OGS, the one I go to a lot, will just give you a flat 50% off of everything from GW. So I prefer buying from them than Amazon. Typically the same price. But sometimes Amazon has things for. I've noticed that less so now. But... Anyway, yeah, they changed a few years ago, but comp patrols used to be like 140, and then with the 15% discount, that was like 110, which was like, you know, not an insane amount of money. I feel like at 170, even with a 50% discount, that's like in my head, it's just such. It's like an order of magnitude difference, right? Because paying $100 for something feels a lot different than paying 150. Probably affected all of my buying habits. Being able to go in and buy a starter set for like at $1.70. I end up with a lot of starter sets I probably didn't need to buy. Thank you, GW, for becoming so expensive. That way you don't need to tempt me with a bigger pile of shame. I think we need another price increase. My stance. Speaking on Warhammer buying habits, there's been a store that I don't really frequent. It's like a Magic Gathering store. I tried, you know, going there and seeing the 40k community there, and it was okay for like the summer, but it's really been dying off. And first they sold off all their Horus Heresy stuff at cost, which is about 55% of the MSRP price. Which was great, right? I got my Saturnine for cheap. I got some more stuff for cheap. Now they're saying they have some. Yeah, I really don't think the 40k community stuff is like selling there. They're now saying they want to sell off some. What was the word they used? Like overstock at cost also. That they'll let us know what specifically is going. I feel like if you can't sell Warhammer, I know the economy's bad, but Warhammer's like. Still seems to be doing pretty hot. I really don't think that store is doing too well. Yeah, I mean, I would I might go in there. I was maybe thinking about doing it today, but I never ended up talking to the guy. But yeah, they just have a bunch of 40k stuff that there's so few people that play there, and no one knows about. It's primarily an MTG store. that they have old like battle forces from a couple years ago still sitting there. So if you want Warden, I could head over there. I could actually I could be there tomorrow if you need. I could send you a picture and I'll let you know. So most stuff will be still just basic. I think they offer a slight discount. And then I could see if they're maybe willing to do any stuff for stock. See if they've come out with deals yet. I don't think they have. They said they'll announce it on Discord, 40K channel they have. But there's probably gonna be quite a bit of budget stuff, and if you were interested, oh well, yeah, oh yeah, of course, you just spent a bunch of money. I know you're not in the Patreon thing. I might actually give people a warning and see if I don't know what shipping's gonna look like. I've never actually shipped stuff across the country like that, but I assume there'll still be some discount. Nah, but Face lives far. You also live far, right? Yeah, I know Gino lives close enough that if Gino did want anything, I could probably get him a good deal. Yeah. Funnily enough, yeah, I'm in Jersey, so that's a bit of a hike. Funnily enough, I was actually looking at the Dakotas in the event I get like a good remote job of just just to live as far away from people for a while as possible as potential move out options, because my state's kind of expensive. Yeah. Sorry about that. I just get my throat into the mic. I turned it precisely the direction I shouldn't have. Yeah, the winters would it's like a good idea in theory. I'd get like stuck for my first winter. Like I go stir crazy immediately. Ooh. Hey, come on now. He makes sad country songs about the winter. I'm also not a country guy. I don't know how that's gonna work out. Will they let me in the state if I don't listen to country music? Is that like a requirement? Jeez, maybe I didn't think this out so well. I'm sure I could win them over with some sad winter deathcore. But more realistically, I think if I do move anywhere, I like the sound of New England. I actually go there quite often. It's reasonably close. Friends over there that I visited, and I don't know. Rhode Island has a good vibe. Mass is a bit of a... It's alright, I guess. I'm thinking like maybe Rhode Island, Connecticut. Good LARP as Peter Griffin. What's not to love? Next time I go over, I need to scout for Warhammer stores. See how the hobby community there is. So what's South Dakota? That was my first mistake moving here. I didn't check any hobby stuff. Well, I mean, were you even in the hobby when you moved there, right? Because you're I thought you were a little bit newer to Warhammer. Since you also moved there relatively recently. So how is South Dakota compared to? In my head, I'm gonna be honest, they're like the same state to me. I've never been, I've never been west of Chicago. That's the furthest extent west I've ever gone. I mean, hobbies in general. Oh, yeah, fair. I was more stoked about nature stuff, fishing, hiking, longboarding, but when I got here, I realized I needed like, a good vehicle to. Yeah, I feel like maybe outside the coastal areas, you probably need it. Car everywhere. Even then, you would need 4-wheel drive probably get on most trails out there. Out they have many nice parking lots. You kind of are until you get to the west side of the state, hills. Okay. I had a chance. There was a skiing trip that I got invited to some of the supervisors. I used to do like more construction work. Out here in the hills is beautiful, awesome for being nature. That's cool. There's a lot of nature hobbies I need to get into. I'm a pretty avid hiker, but I did fishing like as a kid, but just because I used to visit family and they had like water on their property, it was easy just to go out there. I throw out line and see what bit, but I never really went fishing as an. Might need to get back into. Spearfish South Dakota would be. It's what? A sick name for a town. Hold on. I have like a Google sheet I've been making of potential towns. Might need to add Spearfish. That list. If I was to drive, I'd probably want to, bring a car full of stuff. How far? So that's at least a couple days out. I mean, only 5 hours, which is a bit. It's quite a bit, but it's not like I'd have to get my card checked before I get out there, but I'd be able to make that. Oh, I even passed by Chicago. To go see my family. Fear of Deadwood? I've heard the name. I don't know it like contemporarily. I don't know what is there today. I even realized it was still like a thing. I would have assumed. I guess a lot of those old Wild West towns are still around today to some extent. All you do there is Is it still a gambling town? Okay, that's fun. Sounds like Atlantic City. want to forget the worst vacation we ever went to as a kid was we it's like a group of us, right? So there were probably like 5 kids, all under the age of like the oldest, probably my brother, who was like 13, and we were all like, no, actually no, he was older. He was like probably 16. We were like between maybe 8 and 12, and we went to Atlantic City. All our parents just drank and gambled, and we literally had nothing to do for like a whole long weekend. But hey, as an adult, I mean, I'm not a big gambler, so I'd just be drinking. You know, what else is new? Anyway, yeah, I got the opportunity to go on a skiing trip. I assume the skiing in Dakota is pretty nice also, right? I know obviously like Colorado is the big. I think there are at least some mountains up there. Especially like, yeah, Spearfish is like all the way to, I assume there's some nice trails. Harry Peak is crazy. So is that like a ski trail, or is that like some other piece of Dakota lore? No mountains in South. I see. Unfortunate. I mean, that's fine. I can always. Harry Peak is a ski resort. That North Dakota? What makes it scary? What makes it crazy? Oh yeah, it's like I see. Okay. Me, and you could aren't technically mountains. Okay, I see. I see. I mean, hill mountain, when it's covered in snow, you slide down all the same. Is it elevation above sea level? I always assumed it was sort of like how it forms, right? Tectonic plates. Hey Gina, how you doing? We missed you for rest of the stream, but glad you're back now. Honestly, I still have a lot of energy, and I don't have anything to do tomorrow. At least not super early, so I may just do a bit of a longer stream, see how that works out. Don't you also do Daggerheart during Faces streams, or am I misremembering? I feel like this is not the first time I've seen you go full Elder Scrolls mode. Exactly. Nothing personnel, kid. I'll report behind Gino. It was Okay, I see. So you used to do it Tuesdays. Then you became a big fan of Face. And so now you do it Thursdays. But you're not considering the fact that now I'm streaming on Thursdays. You schedule so much. Some painting mofo. I big agrees there. But more importantly, now that I'm streaming Thursdays, I just need to endear you to me, and then you can move Dagart to some other day. I think that's what we need to do here. thinking of maybe doing this in red, but no, I think I like that in gray. Most Fridays I don't work. Nice. Yeah, I have Fridays free also. That's one of the best. That's one of the things I missed about my undergrad, was being able to have one day of the week free. Usually I loved having Mondays free, because Sunday night was a very long-running D&D campaign. And then I'd do another D&D game the Monday after. People were free from classes. I just had like a long D&D weekend every week, which was fantastic. I think the little competitions build my motivation to paint. Oh, I thought it was... Oh, the RPG. Oh, I thought you were just going Elder Scrolls mode. Oh yeah, that's the game. I playtested a session of Daggerheart. I'm not gonna lie, Gino. Yeah, oh. I forgot that's what that game's called. I honestly wasn't that big of a fan. Yeah, the whole time I thought you were playing old Elder Scrolls. I didn't know. I didn't go PAX Unplugged. Didn't. Oh wait, no. I'm sorry. You know, I didn't go PAX Unplugged. There was a thing out, right? There was like a playtest supplement. I playtested Daggerfall and I playtested or just like in like a personal play group. We did the same night. We also playtested Draw Steel. I didn't really like either. I prefer Draw. I don't know. But no, I unfortunately have not been going to cons recently. I just... Hopefully that will change now that I graduated. Hopefully. No, my DEM does a great job at doing cinematic that is... I mean, I think like most of those, it really depends on your DM style and like what you're looking for. I didn't like either. I don't know. I think it's a different philosophy to what I have. I'm also biased because I have my own homebrew D&D-esque system. I just call it D&D, but it's not. If I'm gonna do D20 Fantasy, I've really been meaning to do Delta Green though. That's one game I've been. They have the like basic essential rule kit with like a first session in it. I've been studying that to hopefully do if I can get some people together on a non-D&D day. Some RPGs. I mean, I like Dungeon Hole. I think that I don't love doing hyper cinematic art because I feel like often it removes the things I like as both a player and a DM, like player inputs. Yeah, it's one of the weird things about doing a homebrew RPG is that like, you know, typically, at least the way I recruit D&D players is friends and just people I meet. So a lot of times they are not experienced with RPG, and they end up learning a system that like no one else knows, and then you know, they talk to their own friends and they realize, oh wow, I've been playing this like weird offshoot instead of what I thought was D&D. Perpetuance. Really good player inputs. You just need to be good on the fly. I see. Yeah, I could see it. That card seems like relatively beginner friendly, which I think is important in kind of what they want. I'm interested to see how it does like financially. I feel like they have maybe the makings of a good like fiscal model. But, let's see. It may just because they have like Crawford and the other guy, who were really good, or not, I wouldn't say really good, but they were able to squeeze a lot of money out of 5th edition. Yeah, they do with Daggerheart. Yeah, I know. They're obviously having supply chain issues. I'm interested to see if it has legs, right? Because it's the Critical Role guys, right? So it has. That's correct, right? Daggerheart's a Critical Role people, and Frost Steel is Vackle. I think that's correct. Correct me if I'm wrong. But obviously they have some inbuilt draw there, so I'm interested to see how it does in the long haul. Yep. I feel like Critical Role I never really got into, but I don't think they even do D&D anymore. I mean, it's good marketing. You're the biggest show in your doing. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Okay. So they still do D&D. I have never actually watched more than like one episode of an actual play. Just every one I watched, I can't really get into it. I think it's not how I like to. I don't know. I would just rather play an RPG game than, which I mean, so that's like obvious, right? I think it was a little bit difficult to see the appeal, at least with Critical Role. Yeah. It's one of the weird things. I feel like there's not as much overlap as people might think between, I guess, RPG fans and like people who watch actual plays. I just know what's going on. I see. Yes, people are very into it. I feel like I actually know some pretty major plot points just from someone I knew just constantly. She would just always talk about it when we would meet up. Because she knew I like D&D, and she didn't play, but would always tell me about Critical Role. And I think there's definitely something to be said about creating like making it digestible for new people. Because I'm sure there's a bunch of people who are in D&D now because of Critical Role, right? Which is great, right? Obviously, is a great ambassador for the hobby. I always recommend a few actual plays. Actually, there was like a Delta Green one my friend always tells me about. Anytime I want to maybe watch it, I always forget the name. And by the time he responds to me, I lose interest again. We made each other PowerPoint presentations on things. My favorite cars. That's funny. What kind of cars do you like, Gino? I don't know why. You're into Gundam. I feel like you like why does plastic blue smell so good? Dangerous. The Tamiya. Tamiya's got in the rap drink set too, if I do say so myself. Yeah, I was gonna say you're like Gundam. You'd definitely be a JDM guy. You're like Dream Cars is definitely what like a Miata, like a Gen 1 Miata. Which I mean, whose isn't, to be fair. 22. Okay. 22B. That's not. Oh, there is it. I don't know JDM. Oh, it's this. Okay, Subaru. Okay. Oh, this guy. I know the Subaru. Okay. All right. All right. You pass. I'm making sure I have cat ears. Oh God. The weeb. The natural weeb instinct. B was the super limited party code. Yeah, I have very like I don't know any JDM history. But everyone in my friend group who's like into cars, like absolutely loses it for JDMs. I like Mazdas, I like Mitsubishis. But not that. Miatas are nice, but even like the new Miatas, I struggle to fit into. Just being like a taller and a heavy set guy. My thing is, I like sedans. I don't really like SUVs or bigger cars. But I need like a. I'm too. Yeah, same. Same here, Gina. Yeah, I feel like at 6'4", if you're not really staying on staying up with your diet, you're gonna struggle for most cars. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, keep a car for a while. Yeah, I've got let's call it like a mid 2000s Mazda that I'm quite partial to. I'm trying to keep care of or take care of her as best as possible because I would like to have that car for a while. Just financially, I'm not really looking for a new one. I would much rather be spending my hard-earned dollars on plastic crack than a new car. A friend of mine bought this really nice, fun to drive Mitsubishi Eclipse, and then he had it for maybe like 3 months, and it started having really bad transmission issues. When he had to just end up being like a massive money pit, he eventually had to get rid of. I was thankful for the upper drive that a couple times though. That's also a nice, fun little car. I've always wanted a S15. It's my dream car. Where the A2B is. Oh yeah, fair. Like a Subaru Brat or Bach. I mean, I feel like at a certain point, it's less so even about the price as much as like availability. The current market for a lot of JDM pretty contested. I feel like recently also like those cars have been getting a lot more popular. Say maybe past. has the same front end and cabinet. 0204 Subaru Legacy Outback. A silly truck bed and the weight of a sedan. Let's have a look. Ah. That's good. That's the good shit. Doesn't look real. That looks like some guy who welded it in his garage. That does not look like a... I've never seen one of these things. That's a kind of... That's a crazy pull. How many years did they make them for? Check Wikipedia. 02 to 06. Four speed on max. I've seen the Brat. I've never seen this thing. Mal said he'll buy you hard to find battle box and CPU. Don't do it. You'll want one. Gino also has some awesome available box with only 50k. Where's that dealership? I might have to pull up. It's a fun. That's a very orky vehicle. That's like that literally just looks like one of the 50k plate. Okay, never mind. Yeah, you can have it. Yeah, it's fine. I'm broke. You can have the car. Yeah, but what Grave was talking about was there's a store near me that has a lot of like weird 40k sets, or like they bought a bunch of 40k stock, and they do a really good they do a really bad job of cultivating a community. No one wants to go play there because you constantly just get kicked out of your table because they have magic people coming in, right? So if they ever have too many magic events, they'll just kick out the 40k player. So everyone stopped playing there, but they have a lot of 40k stock, and occasionally they'll sell it at cost, so like a pretty massive discount. Because I know you're not too far away from me. If you were interested, I could go over tomorrow. It's on my way to my D&D game. I could snap a couple pics and let me know if you want anything. If you're obviously in the market for 40k stuff, either way, they're going to have a big discount. Be 50% off everything. The store starting next weekend. What's oh, King of Prussia? Got it. Like, what the hell's KOP? See, I'm close enough to Pennsylvania. I should have known that. I'm always going there for Amish, well, not King of Prussia. I'm always going to Pennsylvania for Amish goods. I'll be buying a Sat9 box. Yeah, I got very similar story where that store was selling stuff at cost. If you're selling everything at 50%, I'm literally in Amish country. Yeah, I mean, I feel like the Amish make pretty good neighbors, but overall, really decent guys. I feel like it's just nice having them around in terms of just having to do projects around the house. I have a cousin who's in Lancaster, and I remember when I was helping with his house just a constantly. He has, I think, probably better cabinets I've ever seen in any house around here. For like so much cheaper. Horse bundle, yeah, okay, fair. When I got my dog from the Amish also. I get fucking everything from the Amish. But my little like mutt I have, I went to go pick him up. He was actually from a Mennonite, not an Amish guy, but just the front of my Mazda was just there's a pretty low bumper on it. So I got home and I just see like just the build up. Let's not talk about Pennsylvania and how I didn't realize it existed. What? What do you mean it has existed? Ew, how did you... Okay, fine. Let's not elaborate further than that. Would they say that was really bad? Was it like... Was it genuinely horrific? Do I have to... They have to go and cut that out of the VOD? This is how far gone I am. I don't even know I'm saying crazy stuff. Also, my painting has like slowed down tremendously ever since Gino got here. I think whoever buffs, high school has a building on the property that has... Whatever. I've lost the plot. Whoever buffs you get from Gino Grave, I get the opposite. We just talk about weird Subarus and Lancaster County, and I don't get anything painted. I feel like anybody new that's joining is probably has no clue what's going on. You're not bullying him? I could. I'm a nice guy. I'm a good guy. Come on. I can't be bullying my boy Gino like that. How am I saying Lancaster wrong? Oh no, wait. You ping? Yeah, because you're not wait. You guys are gonna hear this also. Oh, Lancaster. Who cares? It's fine. It's not real anyway. Lancaster. It's like a Lancaster. I think Warden's correct, honestly. I think it is Lancaster, Gino. Alright, guys, let's flip to a vote. Type 1 in chat if you think Gino's right. Type 2 in chat if you think I'm right. Better side with me here, Warden. Warden, you better side with me. Warden, press 2. Don't agree with Gino, Warden. Warden, my opinion depends on it. Warden, just press 2. Gino has 6 accounts, it's useless. I'll ban them. I'll time them out if that's what it takes. No, I am one state from Lancaster. Guess what? Democracy prevailed. I've got Democratic vote that says otherwise. democracy. Can't be saying that, Gino. Or George Washington. Republic of Dev. Hey, come on. All I'm saying is, save the VOD. Send to whatever Ben Knight runs Lancaster. Let him know we decided. All sorted out. And people can poke you with like... Oh, no. I'm anonymous. I could be walking around their sleeves. They'll never know it was me. Tell Everman, like, we changed the name. Yeah, I mean, like most Meta Knights still have Meta Knights, whatever, have the have like landlines, right? At least the ones I've seen. You could call them up. I that's I assume that's like the difference, right? Because Meta Knights typically have some technology. Amish have like none. That's what I perceive. I got enough information. NJ Polish Masters got you already. Address IP, illegal AI usage. I think both have very limited. One just way more than the other. Yeah. Well, yeah. Obviously, they're not pulling out the iPhone 14, but I thought they were the same thing, and I wanted the guy to go buy a dog. He's like, "Oh yeah, come inside," and then he's like drinking a beer and having like calling a guy on his landline. I'm like, "What the hell?" I don't know you guys could do that. Just the iPhone too. Yeah. Okay. No electric. What's the rule for a Meta Knight then? Just religious? Oh, okay, got it. I was noticed, dude, they don't accept like converts, right? Like I couldn't just pull up one day. I mean, fair, yeah. 10 miles is not a short trek. They do. Sick. Do you think they'd look at me weird if I start playing Warhammer minis? Yeah, I'll give the string thing, sure, but the orcs stay. Speaking of soreness, I'm super sore right now because I like benched like properly heavy for the first time forever. My chest has like I couldn't do like I'm basically like a day down my program now because my chest and arms have just been killing me for 3 days. I've never had like a burden like this for a while. I got weird looks. I look homeless AF, but dropped 500 on plastic. Nice. I think that's like I feel like if you have that in the G, people think you're like big balling. If you like look homeless, but then just like, you know, no hesitation, drop big money. Like people probably just think you're a billionaire. Like, oh, he got billions off Bitcoin. They had an ad for New Blood once. Maybe. I just saw they had an ad for New Blood once. Like, the game studio? Like New Blood Games? Or... then response to, like, something Warhammer related that I didn't get. No, the Amish. They got an ad for New Blood once, but couldn't enjoy it, and their dad had. I don't know if I'm being an idiot, but that did me. I might just be being dumb though. Don't worry. I'm a little bit slow sometimes. Then 3 hours in. Just finished my coffee. Oh! Oh, I see. Okay. I see. New bloods and new recruits. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. That's a me issue. That's not a you issue. That's right here. So those Space Marines coming along. I know you did some like test schemes, but have you done anything with them for the past couple weeks? Or I guess like any Warhammer in general? Oh, so it's probably like unrelated, but nope. Haha. Good to know. Ah, you're waiting on the black tutorial? I had an idea for my black tutorial, which is gonna make it take like at least at least 2 weeks longer to actually record. My idea was, instead of doing one black tutorial, because I've actually changed my scheme so many times, I'm gonna do 5 black tutorials in one video and sort of do like a compare and contrast. So you'll have all the info you ever need about painting black. It's gonna be comprehensive. Because I feel like, you know, I just talk about dry brushing black, you know. It's like a 2-minute video. There's not much there. I think I might cut it up into like 5 YouTube shorts, then do one full-length video, and then do like a quick comparison. Is I think plan if I do some like high-level content on here. I don't want to just do like basic turntable shots. It's been easy because I have a bunch of models on fast sell. So I just put on a turntable and I get videos out. But alright, Gino. You might get that black tutorial sooner rather than later. really no time to approach my students to keep myself out in person. I feel like it's the opposite of most people. I feel like recently I've been actually wanting to go out into, I guess, more conventional like social outings. But you know, everyone's different. I come back and saw Gino bullied. I can tell because your painting has slowed down. Gino's not bullied. Right, Gio? You'll never bully me. How that... It's because of the Lancaster thing. It's because you were pronouncing it wrong. Trying to gaslight me. You're trying to cast an Amish sorcery on me. It won't work. How is black so hard? Equal mental terms? What does equal mental terms mean? I don't know about all that. I technically didn't finish school. I finished my thesis. I didn't finish, like, my classes. Also, I have a job out of school, so I'm gonna stay around because my research group is paying me. And it's, like, not bad money. Or, you know, student research. It's not too difficult. And they'll probably give me some time to figure out getting a new job, while also maybe being able to dedicate a little bit more time to this. It's classes. I feel like black is the hardest color. I mean, people talk shit about yellow, but I quite like pink. Once you figure out, like, good paints with good coverage. Black is difficult the same way like white is difficult. It's hard to highlight, and it's hard to highlight in such a way as to end up looking gray. Like, keep that contrast. It's hard to make it look good. It's easy to paint it so it looks okay, but hard to make it look really, like... Huh. I don't work for my university. I work for, like, a professor, like a research group. And, I mean, it was very explicitly not a full-time. I don't want to be. That's not where I want to take my career, really. What I really would want to do is keep these streams at their current cadence. Keep doing the hobby logs, so those are like quick and dirty, and then do like one good video a month and see fed experimental stuff. I don't get fed experimental stuff. I like make the fed experimental stuff. Oh, a hobby log? I mean, take a few minutes, compile everything. I mean, I do it like actively. So just like in your notes app, write down after you like finish a project, and then just turn a mic on and just start rambling for a couple minutes, and then cut down a little bit, and then put some stills of like your YouTube shorts over it or whatever. I need to take so many photos. I guess, yeah. I just kind of get lazy and just, you know, do my little turntable shot of each model. But I feel like yours is you also paint so much. Like, if it's like that daunting, I mean, you just say, okay, we're gonna leave those first, like, you know, few months I painted and just start from like this month, and then you could like keep yourself on top of it. I feel like if you have your YouTube shorts, if you already have those turntable shots, use those. Yeah, that's pretty impressive output. Actually, it's a very impressive output. Newer. For a very, very long time, I was very slow with painting. Now I feel like I'm good at choosing my battles and knowing which models I want to go. Like, if I want to spend 20 hours on a character model, I know when to pick that fight, and I know when to just do this and just throw base coats on the orc boy, cover no wash. Inevitably, I do way too many highlight layers, but then that's how I get them all. I could get like 90%. I could do more if I didn't need my gaunts to be perfect. And I'm the same way. Like yeah, that's fair. I mean, how many? What's? You also have a lot of paint time, it seems. Like how do you know how many hours it takes you to paint a gaunt, for example? I feel like nids, it's. I mean, obviously you have a very nice looking scheme. I'm just nids are basically typically like two main colors, a weapon color, and then like an accent color for like any additional bits. Obviously, you could paint the eyes on the gun or whatever, which obviously adds time. But I feel like it's. I would prefer to paint a squad of gaunts any day of the week over a squad of Cadians, just because they have so many little details. And I feel like nids, thankfully, get to avoid all of that. At least that was my experience. I batch painted my nids over one stint of being sick. Like I basically had most of them 90% of the way done in one big batch over and I just did a detail. And I do batch painting. It took me 7 days, but they only have 6 colors. That's one of the nice things about it. It's typically a pretty constant amount of color. You don't have too much. When you go up in complexity, right? Obviously, your what's his face, Norn emissaries can be way more detailed, way more complicated. But really, you only need to worry about doing those same colors better. You don't really have. It's not like maybe if you were doing Dark Angels, then you have to paint Lionel Johnson, like a whole nerd team. Oh, that's my experience in my painting styles. How it typically translates. So I've been trying to just use up some random of these old army painted paints that I picked up many years ago. The issue is the coverage is bad and they look kind of baby poop brown, not very. shade. I'll keep going with it. Yeah, fair. Yeah, like, I could definitely see it the Norn taking a long. I feel like compared to maybe like an Imperial Knight. Does it? I don't know. Like I think the shade's good. You can't really see on camera, but it's a little splotchy and so like I'm having to do more than 2 coats on all these guys to actually get good coverage. Obviously the wash well. So. Might go back and pull out some of my favorite brown, saddle brown from the like actual details. I get you. Yeah, I tend to feel like it's a bit of a mistake. I tried batch painting, like I started on this guy with my Terminators, but it's like a lot of these character models are such like a different level of complexity that often it's best to just paint them. Actually, I have 2 examples because I also started this guy with my Infernus, and I left him about here, like half. It's not even half pink. I still need to do his arm still. Yeah, I've got a lot of them. For now, I'm double downing. Yeah. I wish I could do that. Maybe. I think I still, like, even with the black being mostly done, I still think I have at least 8 hours of this guy. I mean, I peeped the Terminator captain in like that big diorama he did. He looked cool. I feel like I've seen him in a couple of your pictures. Yeah, I'm sure better lighting. I feel like I haven't been getting a lot of like fandoms in my streams. I think that may either it's like a conversation issue, and I'm just bat streaming, or it might be like I might need to work on like the thumbnail. Oh, for kind of stupid meme thing there, I may have to do something a little bit better. my what palette super dry. As is my throat. So I think once I'm done with the brown, I'm gonna refill on a few things. Quick break. And I think we'll turn this into a late night stream. Obviously, you guys have no pressure to stick around because I bet a lot of people are gonna be busy. Tomorrow is workday for most. See if anyone else pops by. Nice. Was I supposed to say anything? What was that? I like the gold inlay on a sword. I don't know what the runes mean. I don't feel pulling out fans there. I don't know if they have them. Well, I like all the transfer. Wait. He's got more runes on his shin there. Looking good. Even paying the base to match your nids. I like that. Yeah, I assume those weren't just random runes. I assume they were spelling something out, but quite smart enough to figure it out on that. Wolves of Fenris. That makes a lot of sense for a spacey wolf. Guy is wolves. I put. What language is that? Is that? I assume that's not like a 40k thing. Swedish, Norwegian. Similar to most European languages, seemingly a similar word for wolf. Wielki in Polish, Wilni in Lithuanian. All right, let's. Graphic design is my passion. All right, and we're back. Actually, let me do one last thing. Sorry about that. I'll leave him mute. Get that off the screen. I don't know if anyone's still here, but I'll keep on. Also. So, I'm back. Got myself another new beverage. One of these Olipop things. I don't know, I like poppies. They're quite good. I really like root beer and stuff, so I figured got a variety pack. Thought they might be good. They are not very good. Yeah, that's not the best, but we'll make do. I think we're on to metallics. I still have some army painters sitting around, but maybe not. Trying to use all up some of my old paints wherever possible. I don't think Gino Norgrave are here anymore. I also don't think so. So, is anyone new in chat? Feel free to say hi. Let me know if you're working. Yeah. There you go. Oh, I think the rune thing was great. Yes, I am back. I think Captain looks great. Runes there were a nice. Sort of as I want to do just the sort of top of this improvised up in here. Just bit of maybe gas line or whatever it might be. Fitting. Yeah, I mean, fair is fair, right? Freehanding is can feel very daunting, and as I understand, that was one of your first projects, so definitely no shame. I think freehanding seems daunting. It's sometimes easier than, especially for simple shapes. I think little runes and stuff are a good way to get started with freehanding, with that sort of stuff. Yeah, that's fair. Speaking of brushes, what do you use now? I know you use Walmart synthetics, but have you tried any like sable hair or anything like that? I think we've got this guy good on the base coats. I'm also realizing I never did any of the bases. So, yep, 8. I assume that's 8 round brushes, not a size 8. If you're paying for a size 8, that's a feat within itself to get anything even a fraction that good with that big of brush. Yeah. I think I know what brushes you're talking about because I've passed by them. Never actually bought any Walmart brushes. Skill issue. So is it actually a size 8? That'd be a legendary accomplishment. Just paint everything in the biggest brush imaginable. Have I lied to you yet? I don't know. May have. How am I supposed to? You're not lying. Hope. All right, Warren. Let's have a look. I'm being lied to. I never had to use a friend. Not seeing anything, Warden. Discord just being weird here. Check back there. The finer point in the 35. Yeah, do not buy a GW brush. Don't. I honestly would argue don't buy GW hobby supplies, but it's me. Let's have a look-see. Size 8 brown was. I stand corrected. Yeah, the shoulder pads are clean. I will give you that. Yeah. Looks good. I did get into the trap of using very small brushes for a long time. But if you are new, a small brush doesn't necessarily mean better. Oftentimes just a good, like a good larger brush is fine. Even like a size 1 or a size 0 is the smallest you'll ever need for like dotting out. Like 90% I do in size 3s. That's where I'm personally. Yeah, don't do it. Buy like a nice Kolinsky sable. Mon Hobbies actually makes like a really nice cheap sable. Their synthetics suck. Their synthetics like always get really gunked up on me. But I bought like a one of those cheapo sables from them. They're pretty good. A lot of stores by me also carry Monument Hobby. I speak. If I want a sable, but I don't want like a Windsor Newton that I need to like really worry about. Like a nice middle ground. You know, well, in these I'm just using this like bullshit brush I got from an art set that was gifted to me when I was like 8 years old. Anyway, you can do eyes and pupils and big flat panels. This was Army knife. Yeah, I mean it's all about control really. I know lots of people favor big brushes. I don't typically have a need to go that big outside of vehicles. I feel like just a little bit of extra time. Size 4 is where I'm at. But you know, to each their own. And it's like a natural part of painting is cultivating. I may want to add some extra complication to his axe. Whole thing in silver. Additional colors here. See, That's exactly the same. Somebody's gonna kill me. That's that's more or less the same way I felt about my prince, and you see how he's currently going. 3 years. Will get done though. I will also get done at some point, one day. I think my big thing is I just need to um, not get too deep into old world because I'm already starting a second army. I just need to worry about keeping up with my old world purchases while also, you know, eroding some of the pile of shame before, and eventually I'll be on top of it. I got Saturnine, but that can sit. That's fine. It can just sit there. It can look at me. I don't need a picture. I'm not gonna lie to you. Magnetizing the wings, the wire deal was. Yeah, I mean that's. I usually don't have a plan when it comes to most, especially like kit bashes or green stuff. I just sort of throw things together, see how they sit, see how they look, and then if I need to like just rip everything apart and start over, I'll do that. And usually by the end of it, you throw enough like glue and add enough extra little bits to cover up your mistakes, and usually by the end of it, you get something. It's good. Speaking of covering up mistakes, it gives me an idea for what to maybe do about that weird little imperfection, the green stuff on that one demon prince's boob. I may have to try out. Give an extra little couple bits. Try and hide some of my. They want to block out a bunch of berries on this guy in silver, and then see what I want. Keep silver. See what I'm gonna. The extra color too. I never really have a plan in mind when I paint. Orks, you just sort of block in colors on the mall per mall. I do really like this new setup though, for camera placement stream. I do need to hold my model up quite a bit higher, but I'll get used to it. Check one. I just realized I hate going to the GW store for paint. I get that feeling when you go through the drive-through and there's someone taking 9,000 years to order. I feel like the guy ordering. I think everyone hates me for taking forever, so I always rush and forget stuff. I mean, fair, fair. Um, I mean, see, I've never been at a GW store. I don't know what it's like. I always assume they won't be so busy. Um, I mean, I feel like most hobby stores are just guys sitting around hanging out. I don't know. Maybe GW stores are a serious business. I mean, honestly, I feel like if you're a paying customer, I don't think the people into the store are gonna. I don't know. I feel like most time you just kind of hang out for a while at a hobby store and like chat, and then later on figure out what exactly is needed. The employee is super nice and it's not super busy, but I feel super hated. I mean, I I'm pretty sure that's like unfounded. Because like, I mean, I'm sure he's happy to have you, especially since you seem to be a pretty active player. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I guess is you walking there? Is that like a voluntary thing? Is that just like, oh, I need some extra exercise, or is that like you not have a car? I think that's one of my biggest concerns with moving out anywhere. I've only mainly just live on the East Coast, right, where we have better public transit. At least I can usually get to where I need to go without a car, but it's still a car necessary to have. I feel like the what are you can't imagine they have great trains. Ah, okay, got you. That this is all making sense. It's all adding up. I might need to get some work done on my car. Just, I don't know. The transmission's been feeling a little weird. Like some peace of mind to get that checked out. Like just get an oil change. There are buses, but I play paintball competitively, so I always walk or longboard if I can't drive. Gotcha. Speaking of paintball, I think I have another 2-day practice coming. So you seem to be like a pretty avid paintball guy, right? Do you like play for like an organized team or league that work? Oh wow, okay. Nice. Yeah, I don't really know if they're what I guess like professional paintball looks like that. Good shit. Sponsor. We play a Gillette, and we won Colorado Championship Series of paintball in 2024. Took second last year. Don't worry, I'm sure you guys will get back to the top this year. Yeah, that's great. Paintball is one of those things that's. It seems like a lot of fun. And I've done a couple of times, and it was really fun. But so, my main paintball experience is there's some buddies in like early Wyoming Wolfpack is a team prime time paintball, and Snowbridge is a shop that sponsors us. Warhammer is more expensive. I don't doubt it. Paintball actually seemed like yeah. Well, I remember when I was like a early, not early. Uh, and for summer we always go to this like paintball field. But there was the rich kid, they, like all his buddies, and they had like super like good like rapid fire like accurate guns. We just had like the shitty rentals because I'm like a I'm like a big weirdo. Like the like my face is like physically too big to fit in the mask. So it like kept fogging up. I eventually had to buy my own mask. And then, obviously the game got better, but still, those little rental rifles. We just kept getting our asses kicked. Because all the all the sweats as it were would team up against us. Anyway, yeah, that's my main paintball experience. Like I went like maybe 5 times, 14-year-old. But it was fun. I definitely would want to get into it again. I don't know. There's a lot of things I would like to get into, but like most things in life, time is the chief concern. Well, I play woods ball, but the team is a speedball team. I see. Okay. I of the two, I'm definitely more of a fan of woods ball. I feel like especially when we were in the winter time. Uh something about just like sliding down like the rocky hills just in the middle of winter, firing off paintballs was a really fun time. I think probably one of the funnest times I can remember of like that era of my life. So I definitely would like. My newest marker was 1750. Just the marker, not including the hopper. Well, my marker doesn't work if it's is okay. I'm like an idiot. Is a marker the gun? Is that like? Uh, I know what a hopper is. Paintball gun. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Then tank is obviously the air tank. Okay, makes sense. Yeah. Sorry. I'm no expert, as you could probably tell. Mark equals for what? Like logging? Because it's not like a precision tool. You're not gonna use it to mark a construction site. At least I hope not. What? What were they marking with them? Okay, yeah, log. Yeah, it makes sense. Just light up a tree with with paintballs. Good guess. I mean, I don't think there's. I'm like a construction guy. If someone was like giving me my slab layout for my pipes, but paintball gun, I'd be pissed off. So it can't be for that. Um, like it's Or like safe guess. Not paying on camera. Fun fact, the reason paintballs are .68 caliber is because the first paintball mold was a half hole drilled into a wooden desk. Yeah, I'm surprised there was never some guy who tried redoing the standard like this for everything. It's gonna be a very niche yeah, the paintballs were marking cows and trees. What were you marking for like sale? Why were you marking a cow with a paintball? Let's just like be like fine. There was a time they tried to go down to 50 cal. Yeah. I think like with everything, you have a standard that everyone adopts, and some genius just wants to change it for no reason. This is like gonna be a very niche reference that no one's, but it's worse for like design of mechanisms and stuff like that. Every textbook you read, every fucking big brain professor wants to make their own standard to keep track of it. If you make okay, like yeah, that's fair. I mean, I think about my main thing is like, why would you do a? I guess it's splatters. Trees I get, because trees obviously, if you're like cutting them or like marking them to be, you might all walk. Yeah, I can imagine it's not current paintball. Okay, I mean fair enough. Yeah, you might not want to get close to a cow. Yeah, that makes sense. It got me. And I say, warn you got me. Actually, you know what? I put down the paint. Might as well finish up. I think this will likely bar us down. I think this will be likely the last little batch of painting I do. Once you get the metallics on these guys done, I think I'll call a stream. Also, I've been trying to wake up at 6 every morning, and now that I finally like really got into that rhythm, I could, you know, I've stayed up much later than this, no problem before. I can already feel my body dozing off as I sit here and paint this. So if I say, gonna be making that wake up time. Yeah, thank you. I'll try and be a little bit more regular with these streams. I'm hoping to make this a weekly thing. That would be great. Viewership has been like okay, but nothing fantastic. Probably can do some optimization regarding like better thumbnail, better title stuff. Yeah, I figured I'd just go with like something like weird and funny and off kilter. I'll just get people to click. Has not been getting people to click. But I'll figure something out. I feel like in general my more structured videos need thumbnails. But I don't really want to do like your standard YouTube bullshit thumbnail, but I feel like that's all that people. I feel like generally I consider this to be like more of a creative pursuit. I feel like with any creative pursuit, my natural instinct is to develop your own voice. Like with YouTube, there's a bit of a allegedly there's a way you're supposed to do. There's like a formula to it. I don't know if I necessarily buy that, but it seems like what everyone does. As much as I would like to go against the grain, I feel like maybe I should stop resisting and just do something a little bit more and just see how it works out. Weirdly enough, I didn't because I'm thinking of like the people that would maybe watch miniature painting. I didn't want to put the actual model name because I feel like people might not recognize, for example, my previous stream, War Boss and Mega Armor. They might recognize. I see. I mean, yeah, fair. It's definitely good to see what other people are doing. Um, no, but the point I'm trying to make was that my theory was that people would see like a Warhammer orc, and they would maybe have a better clue of what's going on rather than War Boss and Mega Armor that your average guy is not. Average like rando off the street, not be able. But at the same time, I assume the algorithm is advanced enough to maybe not push uh like a Warhammer paying stream on someone who only played Space Marine is not that into the hobby. At least if they were, they probably would be pushing my stream. Fair assessment, I guess. I don't know. There's definitely a lot of work and thought needs to be put into it. But for now, I think my focus really is on making the video content on this channel what I want it to be, and then maybe optimizing the supplemental content I streamed in shorts to be a little bit later. I want to make sure that the heart and soul is tuned to the frequency I want to be putting. Anyway, that's that little batch of Metallics. It was really cool chatting with you, Warden. I know your ideas are great now. Execute. Yeah, that's the problem. uh, I have unironically made like 8 video ideas in the past 3. They're all bangers. Just need to go sleep. Yeah, I know. It's like it's almost 1 a.m. I am going to die. It was really cool chatting with you, Warden. Base and Gino aren't here, but we'll chat with them. Anyone else who might be watching this VOD, have a good one.